Welcome. Welcome, Sefia. David, welcome as well. Happy Friday, everyone. Let me, I forgot to save this project. One moment. I'll just save it in here. Stream. What is the date today? October 4. Okay. Okay, there we go. Welcome. Yo. So, I just want to make some stuff today, make some sounds and see where we end up. I think I'm just going to start with some drums and we'll have some fun with that. Now, I found something out recently that I've been doing a lot lately, and that is using Ableton's vocoder. And it actually does some pretty cool stuff to drums. And I've been using it a lot for that recently. So let's just do a couple of tracks. We'll do a kick and then probably a snare, and then we probably need some hats as well. Yo, Adukan, Gabor, Indy, welcome. So, vocoder is actually really interesting. I've been using it on kick drums a lot lately, and it actually does a thing that I had been trying to, well, find something for a really long time. And it does that really well. Now let me show you what I mean. So let's see. Let's do this. We'll loop that. Okay. Doesn't really matter as long as we have a sine wave. We'll just make a really quick kick drum. Chuck that on here. Maybe a little bit more. Oh yeah, of course, we need to bring you down, and let's set these to envelope. Bring this one down. Should we go up a bit? That would bring it to F. That should be pretty good as a starting point. Okay, and then we want maybe a little bit of an extra, I don't know, sort of like a bit of a thingy here. That's gonna be a bit quicker, and that's gonna go on the master tuning just so we have a bit more punch. Right? That's basically just a very simple kick drum. Let's... But a pretty shitty sounding one, right? So let's check a vocoder on that. And let's turn enhance on. Let's go to modulator. And you can already sort of like hear how it gets a bit longer. It also gets really quiet, so let's bring it up here. And I don't know, let's go maybe do a couple of more bends. See what we get. Okay, cool. Let's go bring this down. Then we can mess with the formant. Actually, you know what? I think I have one that I did earlier this week. Let me check real quick. Did I save it? Kicks. Vocoder kick. Yeah, that's basically what I was just doing. So we have Just that. -3 + 5, so it ends on on F. Then we have this on the volume, this on the pitch, and this thingy here on the global master tuning. So that creates this kick. You know, decent, but it's a bit shit. And then I chucked on this vocoder and also brought the gain up a little bit. And as you can see, we are on 24 bands, and we're using quite a long release time actually, because when we bring the release down, it sort of like, well, it just sounds pretty shitty. The depth is also down a lot, so that it's like, I don't really know what the depth does. This knob controls how much of the modulator's amplitude envelope is applied to the carrier's signal. At 0%, the envelope is discarded. At 200%, only high peaks will be used. Oh yeah, okay. So it kind of tightens it up if you bring it up. But I don't want that. I just want it... Basically, I just want the kick to run through it, and I just wanted to mess with the kick drum. And then I kind of brought the Foreman down a lot, and then brought it up, so... And we get that. I can also... Because it's a little bit quiet for you guys, probably. Oh, it's not that bad. There we go. I just need to bring my headphones up a bit. Yeah, are we gonna get an alert or not? Are the alerts broken today? Well, anyway, Gabor, thanks for that one. Not sure why it's not showing up on screen, but I'm doing good, by the way. Hope you're doing good as well. I don't know. Maybe the alerts are broken. It should be there. Whatever. I'm not gonna figure it out now. But what I was trying to show, like, if you look at this kick before the vocoder, and look at it, like, can you see that? No, but if I switch myself to the right, you can. So right here at the top, I know millimeters is not like the most precise, but it's precise enough to see what I mean here. If I play this kick now, so if we just loop like 2 beats or something, see how clean it is in terms like the frequencies. There's no like dirt or anything, there's no extra harmonics or anything. It's just a clean sine wave going down, right? Now, if we add the vocoder, then suddenly see all these extra harmonics coming up, but it also sort of like makes the kick a lot more grainy. It's sort of like as if there's like some noise in there, which is something that is, well, it's doable to sound design it from scratch with a synth, but it's quite hard to make that sound right. And vocoder, at least Ableton's vocoder in this setting, kind of does that really well. And it also kind of, I don't know what, it sort of like changes the pitch curve a bit as well. That's also why the kick that I have running in there is really short. Like the pitch envelope is really short, because the vocoder also makes it longer. So if I would have like, if I would make this pitch envelope longer, so more like something like that, which is, I guess, more what you would normally go for. If I then turn the vocoder on, that sort of like makes it even longer. And therefore I decided if I bring this up a bit more, so it's kind of too short, then the vocoder then brings it up to whatever length it needs to be. So you just have to mess with this and make it a bit quicker than what you would normally do. But it makes for these pretty nice, dirty, sort of like kick drums, which is pretty good. And then you can obviously mess with the Foreman to change how it sounds. And you can also see I messed with this graph here. I'm not really going to touch it, because if I do, then, well, I can do that if we just copy it for a moment. Like, this is what it would sound like first. And it also brings the bass up quite a bit, so I decided to just do a bit of that. So it's responding a little bit less to the bass and more to the mid-range, but that's just the taste, I guess. But it makes, I don't know, it just sounds really interesting. Now it does add a little bit of an extra tail, so if we record that, you will also be able to see that. Isn't necessarily that big of a deal, but like it adds this tiny extra sort of like wiggle at the end, which wouldn't be there before the vocoder if I would just record it like that. See, it kind of stops here, roughly. But with the vocoder, it goes up all the way to somewhere around here, right? So it does become a little bit longer, but like I said, you can kind of mess with the release time, but if you bring it down too much, it kind of, well, it can still sound good. It actually sounds bassier with the release up, but like with the release down, it sort of like starts to distort a bit more, and I don't know, maybe we don't hear that right now that much because this is here. We can test it. See, I think if we have this up, yeah, see, it starts distorting a lot more. Then when you bring the release up, it gets cleaner again, but the release also has an effect on the bass. See, if we bring it up, the bass gets a lot stronger. So that's also something you can mess with. So it's a really interesting way to make kicks, actually. But I really like the sound of that. Just maybe up a bit more. Something like that. I kind of want to go for a pattern like this. You know what? Let's find a sample. I mean, sure, that's highlighted. Why not? Let's just grab it. Actually, like more than 20 on this one. Not sure what kind of pattern we're gonna do, but we'll just start with something. And Yo Greedo. Also, can I... Yeah, nice. Then it's gonna be a lot louder, of course, so we bring this down. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. That could be cool. I'm kind of hearing a pattern with this, with like a bit of a bass that is more like, I guess we're gonna go a bit more jungle for this. Why not? Or kind of that direction. But just some bass that is more like an 808 on the first kick, kind of. You know what? Let's do this. And then we'll just, I don't know, give it a bit of that. Let's just do that for now. Doesn't really matter too much, we can mess with it later. Probably. We're gonna use this. No, let's just use that. What key are we gonna do? F? Let's go F sharp. Although the drums were sort of like written around F, so. And then this is probably gonna be a bit shorter. Yo, Angelite. Now, like, I could go to C as well, because I've been doing a lot of stuff recently in C for some weird reason, which is kind of odd for drum and bass, but I love the sound of the key of C. But that key is really closely related to F anyway, so it should be pretty easy to make that work if we want to. I mean, we don't have to group everything already, we can just leave it like this. Let's just do that, so we can maybe take these two. Let's focus on that and that. And let's make sure that we have a bit of an interesting thing here. So this one probably wants a bit of a pitch envelope. Just something subtle. And this definitely wants sidechain to that kick. So let's grab that real quick. Can just grab this one. Let's grab the kick. I mean, I have my triggers, but I also found out it doesn't really matter with this device, this Max for Life device, which is called GM Audio Ducker. People are gonna ask me about it anyway, so I'll just put it out there. Play that voodoo sub on C. Let's hear it. I could bring that one in here. We could do that. That might actually be an idea, because that is kind of the same vibe. So that might be a good idea. I might try that in just a bit. Like this device, it's basically a sidechain device that is sample accurate. So there's no clicking whatsoever with this device. Now, I always use these trigger tracks up here, which are just sort of like clicks, and I would hook those up to the kick. But it doesn't really matter, because this device doesn't use the audio. It will, well, it will take, basically when it detects a transient, it will just, you can still make it really short, even if the transient is like, I don't know, pretty long. Even like, let's say you're letting it respond to the kick, and the kick is like, I don't know, 300 milliseconds. Normally, with a compressor, you wouldn't be able to make the sidechain shorter than that, unless you EQ that kick drum going into the sidechain, right? So this one kind of works in a different way. I think it already does some filtering inside, or it just detects the transient, and at that point it just triggers the sidechain instead of using the actual audio signal, because you can still make it really short even if the input is not short, which is really nice. So I can just hook it up to the kick channel and just make this pre-effects so that it always does something. Seems like it waits for a zero crossing moment. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. The only thing you have to do, what I at least figured out, is that you have to bring the position up to 50 right here, and then it sort of like works correctly, because, well, normally it works correctly as well, but the graph here is delayed. And if you bring the position up to 50, this graph will be in sync with what you hear. So that's the only thing you have to sort of like do. But it works really well as a sidechain device. It's at this moment my preferred way to do sidechain. Yeah, see, like Greedo, that kind of stuff is great, right? But the downside of that is that when you change your drum pattern, for instance, you have to always make sure that you move the triggers around as well. So that's why I like to at least do my kick and snare in MIDI, so that I can use that as a sort of like a trigger for the sidechain at the same time, so that when I move the kick pattern around or the snare pattern, it will automatically move the sidechain along with it. I guess you could even hook this one up to an audio track and it will work as well, because it doesn't use it doesn't use a MIDI signal. It uses the audio signal to detect when it needs the sidechain, but for some reason it does some weird shit, because you can still make it really shorter than what the input is. So that's kind of odd if it would just be using audio, right? So, but I guess you could even do this with an audio track now. Yeah, there's plenty of ways to sidechain. It doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't really matter. I just like this one. It kind of works pretty well. That other sound, I think I saved it in here. Rumbling sub. There we go. I made this weird sub bass. I posted it in the Discord earlier. We have to bring this note down. So I made this bass. It's like super fucking low. And we need to automate something. One moment. This one. It has a much longer decay. It's low. Yeah, like it really doesn't matter too much. You could even do like volume automation. Let's see. I am gonna go and make ourselves a little bit of a vibe so that we have something to work off of. I need that. So let's open a synth. Which one should we do? Should we do current? I made a couple of patches in current, so we could maybe use that. User. Made a couple thingies. Let's try this one. Like a weird, sort of like vocally kind of sound. Let's go to 175 beats per minute. Yo, fuck off. One moment. Let me make sure that that doesn't pop up the entire time. Let me kill that process. I don't wanna see you pop up the entire time. You're just gonna go... We're not gonna use you today anyway, so goodbye. There we go. That should be done. That should not come back. So let's add a bunch of reverb to this. I'm gonna use this one again, this particle reverb by Kentaro. I actually really like this reverb. I bought this recently. It's like it's made by Kentaro. You need to buy it on Gumroad, I believe, but it's a really interesting device. It's just so like a granular reverb, but it sounds pretty interesting. So let's just bring it all the way up to 100. Add a bit of chorus. Maybe bring this filter up a little. I have another patch that I made together with this one, so I might as well open that one as well. That one, if I remember correctly. That one also needs a shit ton of reverb, so let's just grab that device as well. Make this a little bit shorter. Actually, just do that. We should probably loop that instead. Let's just loop them. Ugh, for fuck's sake. Loop. That one as well. Loop. There we go. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, sounds kind of cool. So I want this one to be a bit quieter. It does work. I like this more with C. What if we do does that work? And that works. Wait. That sounds the same. No. Huh? What? Okay. Well, in that case, we'll just, oh, of course. There we go. Problem solved. Not sure why it sounds different when I copy it. That's weird. Let's just do that. And let's make this into a bit of an impact kind of sound. We'll just grab a hybrid reverb. You know, chuck that up to 100. Group that. Maybe we'll make a dry chain, but I'm not sure if we're gonna need that. We just want to have like a really long reverb. Oh yeah, we need to get rid of that. And then let's add our own EQ. We're gonna... Okay, see, so it decays pretty quickly there. So if we bring the size up to like 200, works better. What if we do 400? And I'm also gonna bring the stereo down, by the way. Works pretty well. We're definitely gonna need the other kick, the dry chain, but why is still... There we go. Then this one, we can also, I guess, EQ that one a bit. Make it a bit quieter. No. Don't like the sound of it. It sounds weird. We'll just find one later. If you want to make money, you should have made drum and bass. I do the entire kick too? What? Oh, you guys are still talking about sidechain. I'm like, what? No, if you want to make money, you should just start making, I don't know, making pop music or something. Start making country. Make like the beats that Taylor Swift would want to use. That's how you make money. Or, you know, equivalent artists. I mean, it's the truth, right? It's like if you're gonna make drum and bass, it's just you're not gonna make big money. Lo-fi, you could, I guess, you could. There's plenty of ways to make money in music, but drum and bass is not one, definitely. Hip hop is definitely easier, yeah. Especially these days, hip hop is a lot more commercial than drum and bass. Not to say that there's no money to be made as a drum and bass producer, because there's definitely a place for drum and bass. You know how many car commercials I've seen that use drum and bass music? Like, stuff like that. Commercials, sometimes there'll be some drum and bass, but most of the time it's gonna be, well, it won't be a Matthews tune or something like that. It'll probably be a bit more of like a chill down liquid drum and bass tune or something like that, or like some more jungly, old school sounding stuff. But definitely car commercials. I've seen quite a few ones that use drum and bass. Sometimes it'll be more like what they often call like intelligent drum and bass or something, right? That IDM drum and bass or something, stuff like that. Just some like weird shit. If you want to make money, don't make music. No, sell drugs or something. Don't do drugs, kids. Just a joke. Wait, we had a pattern already. Let me just copy that one. And just... we'll start with that. New dance floor drum bass thing. Dance floor drum bass is not new, mate. That shit has been around since fucking 2003 or something. People have just started calling it dance floor drum and bass recently, and it recently has started popping off a bit, but that music is as old as fucking drum and bass is, so it's not new at all. Go back and listen to old Sub Focus tracks and you'll hear that it's literally exactly what dance floor drum and bass is now, with maybe a little bit less of a polished production style, because, you know, production techniques have kind of improved since then, but it's basically the same thing. What the fuck? You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. Okay, the heads need to be different. Otherwise my brain thinks it's wrong. Yeah, Subfocus, who else? Dimension. Like, I'm not too up to date with the more recent ones, but like, I know the ones from back in the day. Okay, and here we're probably gonna start bringing some drums in, and then we can hit... Drop can be right there. Cool. No. Listen, do whatever the fuck you want to do. Like, I don't care what you want to do with your body. Literally, it doesn't hurt me, right? So I don't give a shit what other people do with their body. If you want to use drugs, if you want to do this or that, I don't give a shit. Like, I've been there, done that, so I know how it is. You do you, as long as it doesn't hurt me, right? Who the fuck cares? Let's add it to this one. So this thing, can we... Yeah, I want to have some reverse the reverb that we can bring in every once in a while. So let's just grab a vintage verb after this one, and we're gonna group that. We're gonna make another chain. That's just gonna be our dry chain. And then this is our, well, let's just call it reverb. And then we take the gain and we put that on a macro. Let's just set that to 0. And then we can automate that to come in. So let's just call that reverb. Here we go. And then we want a really long reverb here. Now, luckily, I already have a bunch. Let's see. Let's just automate this one so that we can see what it sounds like. And then we're gonna automate that here in the gap in the middle. So that kind of comes up here. And then we'll maybe EQ it a little bit. And let's also put... Let's just chuck an OTT on the reverb before the EQ. Bring that down a bit. Something like that. Listen, mate, I've experimented with a lot of stuff growing up, so I do have my boundaries as well, for sure. There are certain things I would definitely not do, and other ones I would. Well, not anymore, but... In fact, maybe here it would be cool if we just have that last one. Just that one. I don't care, you know. I really don't. Let's see. Yeah, I know. We could definitely do that as well. Like, I have been playing with that a bit as well, trying to get some stuff to work in another project. put that on G, maybe. See, that is the one drug I really have no problems with at all. Weed. Like, so many people here smoke weed, and I literally see on almost a daily basis how chill weed smokers are and how fucking annoying alcohol drinkers are. Like, when you literally see it next to each other every single day, because, you know, a lot of people drink and a lot of people smoke weed, you really clearly see the differences in behavior. And oh my god, it's so chill to be around people that smoke and absolutely horrible to people that have drank too much. Let me tell you. I definitely would prefer one over the other. Oh, we already have an EQ. Wait. Oh, that's the reverb. My bad. Should not do that. I should just close this whole thing down so that we only see the macro, otherwise I'm gonna get confused. We need a reverb here. Or actually just in front of this. And I'm gonna filter. Yeah. That's nice. That's what we want. That's gonna sound a lot nicer. Yeah. I'm not sure if I want to have that change already. Let's try just doing this for a moment. And then what if we change this one to a C sharp? That's also nice. Could even maybe go to there to really finish the Phrygian kind of feel. Yeah, exactly. There's a ton of drugs that are legal that are probably just as dangerous as some that are illegal. Nicotine, sugar, caffeine, there's so many ones. And then we probably want to automate this as well a bit over time, so that it just opens up a bit more towards the end. Maybe we'll do that a bit more like that. I mean, they kinda are. It's just that they're not labeled as such. But if you think about it, why wouldn't they? They're substances. True. But a drug is also a substance. No, not really. Not really. There's plenty of plants and natural things that have psychological sort of like functions and shit like that you know would still be a drug. It's just that it's not labeled as such. It's accepted. It's also why a lot of times, people wouldn't say, "Oh, he smokes cigarettes, he's using drugs." No, because it's widely accepted that, it's not on the same list as a lot of drugs are. But it doesn't make it any less of a drug. The same reason why prescription drugs are also drugs. They're just legal. Hey, mate, I don't know, mate, but I'm not gonna have that discussion here. Yeah, exactly. It's just a stupid semantics discussion, which I'm not gonna have, it's pointless. Because those discussions will just keep on going, If you might have a discussion about semantics, and then at some point you'll come to an agreement, but from there, it's just gonna be the next thing, right? You can always keep going with that discussion, which is why it's kind of a pointless discussion to have. But yeah, exactly. I would agree. Like, if a mushroom makes me see fucking flying elephants, then I would definitely see that as a fucking drug. Just one obtained from nature, but hey, it still makes you fucked up. So maybe in a good way for some people, for others don't. But hey, that's a different discussion. Okay, let's see if we can maybe add some extra. Like, I'm thinking about where this wants to go. Yeah, I'm just glad I found some new ones, because, oh my god, the stupid vape laws are absolutely nuts. Like, and don't get me wrong, like, I'm totally for kids not vaping, but at least do it in a way that you're not, affecting the people using them to get off of cigarettes, right? Like, which is what is currently happening. It's a bit shit. Thinking what... Also these. Bring them down a bit. I mean, we could put E in. Ooh. Let's see if we can find something in contact real quick. Let's grab this one. Maybe that one. If we're gonna do that, I think this wants to be quicker. Then I think this wants to be like, oh, not that, that. And then probably just this. Because then this C sharp falls in line with this G sharp here. Okay. Kind of works. Maybe add a bit of reverb to it. we still have that bass as well. Might as well add it right there. Your headphones don't go that low. Here it kind of needs to build. And then we're gonna have to do a pretty... we need a lot of ghost snares. Let's keep it at that. We need a really rolling, jungly kind of drum pattern. That's for sure. I'm not sure if we're gonna go with C, but we could still make this work in F as well, because this is kind of using F harmonic minor. But if we're in C, it would make it C phrygian dominant, which is a mode of F harmonic minor, so it's the same notes. So we could easily turn it that way, but I kinda like C for some reason. We just have to do some weird shit in like the higher harmonics. For sure. Now I could hear it. I mean, this one you should be able to hear still, because it has like... I made this wavetable, and it kind of goes to this, see? Where the second harmonic, or the first harmonic, which is an octave of the sub, right, is louder than the sub itself. Now, it doesn't go all the way to this frame in the wavetable. It kind of goes a little bit up here, and it kind of stops a little bit before it. But it goes to the point where the sub and the first harmonic are the same level. So when this bass, and it kind of modulates between that with this LFO. It kind of goes on like 16ths from that sound where the sub and the first harmonic are the same level, all the way down here on the lower end. You only have a sine wave. So it kind of goes between that really fast. So you still get sort of like that higher harmonic as well. So it should still be, like, I can hear it on my monitor speakers, and my monitor speakers aren't that big. So, and it still sounded relatively bassy. The sub-fundamental is the first harmonic? Wait, not? No? Not that I know of. That doesn't make sense. Have I been thinking about that all the time in the wrong way? Wouldn't it just make sense to have the fundamental and then the first one up is the first harmonic from the fundamental? Now I need to know. No, see, I'm fucking right. Oh no, I'm not. It's just written in a way that makes me think I'm right, but then later it says something... Yeah, okay, you're right. A harmonic is a sinusoidal wave with a frequency that is a positive integer, or integer, however you want to pronounce it, multiple of the fundamental frequency of a periodic signal. So that would make me think, okay, so it needs to be a multiple of the fundamental. But then it goes on to say the fundamental frequency is also called the first harmonic. So yes, you're right. Okay, cool. Not that it matters, but Oh yeah. Now I know why I'm confusing it with overtones. That's why. That's why. Yeah. But you get what I mean. That's all that matters. It does sound a little weird, as if there's a minor interval somewhere in here, and it's probably in this one. Is that playing a chord? Kinda looks like it is. Like very suddenly, maybe. Because it does sound like a little off somewhere when this comes in. Great one, Eli. That's how you know English is not my first language. Hey. That's around G. That's the C. And that is a G again, yeah. That would be C again. Also try. Then it's gonna sound weird because then this plays an E and an F up there, so that's gonna sound weird. Sorry for all the reverb. Just trying out a couple of different things. Maybe just leave it like that. But I do like this thing a lot, that going down. I really like that as like a sound to start off for like a tune. This one is quite loud actually. Make it a bit quieter. Not sure about that thing though. I'm gonna move it aside. Might use it later. Let's try something else with it. Maybe make that a bit shorter. Ooh. Kind of works. Obviously, we need some more interesting stuff here instead of the hats, but they'll do the job for now. Let's probably start adding some stuff to build some tension. Ooh, wait, I'm hearing something here. That? That's kind of nice. Maybe offset a little. Oh, that's kind of nice. What? I'm not bothered by a comment. Yeah, I do like that. That kind of works. Let's see if we can. Do we have some? Well, I mean, I do. Let's just add a bit of rolling percussion here. But then, of course, in a different pattern, because we are gonna go... Yeah. Ooh, that could be cool. That's... Ooh, should we go... there? Oh yeah, that could be cool. That kind of works a bit more with what I had in mind. They kind of need to be a little bit lower. I mean, I could pitch it down. Oh yeah, we have a vocoder on it. Yeah, that's better. And then let's use a vocoder modulator. Don't really need that. I mean, this is just a layer. This is not the main snare. This would be just a layer. Let's see. We need sidechain on this. To the kick. And we're probably gonna automate that in with some... probably some filtering or something. Let's just use an autofiller. Not sure if we're gonna use this already here. We could also use it in this section, because that would make more sense, I guess. Because that's where we're gonna build up towards the drop. Let's move them over here. Just mute that one for now. Right, and then we can... Okay, let's move that over here. Then we don't want that. So that could be a layer in the drums. Now that snare is way too shitty, but we'll work on that. Let's go and do that. Right, there needs to be another kick here. And I'm gonna mute that bass because I don't want to work on that yet. Now here we need like risers and shit or some stuff to build tension. I kind of think it would be really cool if we built like to well, pretty big wall of sound, kind of like what this is doing. Right, this wall of sound, but then build even bigger, and then towards the end it also needs to get more and more high passed, and basically, and then when this hits with a bass, it should sound pretty big. I'll probably just take the break out for the last section. Now we need to work on some drums. I am gonna group the drums together, so that we can just easily solo the drums. Yeah, so I think I'm just gonna replace this with something that we're gonna make ourselves. Sure. Let's do a bit of noise on this as well. Let's just use the white noise. just to add a click. Just run that through a high pass. Something like this. Oh yeah. Yep. That's good enough. Let's group this. And let's chuck another serum in here. So let's also name these maybe. Let's do transient. And this is the noise. And then we'll just grab some of this. Just make sure that we, well, don't have to. It's just a click at the start. I was going to say maybe it's going to phase, but it's not. If we don't add a click here, we just do this, then it should be good. Something like that, and then we'll run that through a high pass as well. Something like that as a starting point. And I want to start layering some stuff in here, because also I want to sidechain this one to the snare as well. So I'm going to replace this rack with a different one that is basically 2 sidechains in one. So we can hook this up to the kick and hook that up to the snare. It's gonna sound a little weird now because it's obviously taking this out when the snare hits, but we'll fix that in just a bit by just making the snare better. Because this break just needs to give it more, like, I guess, some shuffle in between, right? And we probably want more. We might want to edit this break at some point, but for now it'll do. Okay, so let's see. What pitch are we going to make the snare? If this is in C, we could go G. Gonna make it pretty high, but we could also go down a bit. That would make it the major third. To bring in that Hijaz flavor that Angelite was talking about. I'm not sure if he's still here, but we'll make the snare drum E. We're probably gonna shift it around anyway at some point, because I want to have a bit of a clap layer now, maybe. Chuck that in there, make it a bit quieter. Let's try and find a different one. It's maybe a bit slow, but yeah, that's gonna sound weird. That's all right. Let's see. We can try use the align delay. If we add that in after here, then we can just delay this in like milliseconds, basically, really tiny amounts, to see if it sounds better if we slightly delay that clap layer. Oh, that works. Let's leave it at there. When I make a kick or a punch, it will almost never be as punchy as you or other people do it. Am I missing something with the envelope? I mean, I can just quickly show you the kick. It's really simple. It's just a volume envelope here, and then this is the main kick envelope, the main pitch envelope, I should say. Just going down at 12.7 Hertz on the pitch with a range of 24, I had it. 25, something like that. See, something like that. And then we have this extra one, this one, that is on the master tuning, which is also doing like, I'm not going to click it because it's going to reset itself, but see, and like we already have the vocoder on here, so take that off. It's a really shitty kick. There we go. So that's like your sort of like basic kick, and then that adds an extra click. Now, this kick is not really how I would design it if I would synthesize it just within the synth. I deliberately made it too quick on the pitch envelope because normally I would slow this down more. But this one I made it quicker because the vocoder kind of makes it longer again. See? The vocoder gives it that almost like synthetic sound again in a weird way. It makes it sound a bit more boxy, but it also changes the pitch curve. So that's why the pitch curve here is quite quick. But that's basically it. Really just a curved triangle? No, it's just a sine wave, really. It's just a sine wave. There's no extra harmonics right here. I mean, there are here, but we're not using them. There's no effects right here, so it's literally just a sine wave. But the vocoder creates the extra harmonics in this case. That's just what that is doing. Now, let's also maybe... Should we add a bit of a resonant thing in here? Like one thing that we now have, we have this clap layer. So what we could do is we could decrease the level of this one. And we get less of the clap. See? So it kind of becomes like a lighter snare. Because the clap has volume sensitivity. But the other two layers, which I did in Serum, don't have that. So we can really easily sort of like make this snare, for instance, a little bit less, well, less noisy with the clap. Maybe a bit less subtle. And I'm also, we could maybe even put it here. Now, I think we're gonna add another layer, but with some addictive drums. And that will also have volume sensitivity. So let's see what happens if we do that. Let's do addictive drums. Are we gonna put that in here? I guess we're gonna do that on a separate track. Although it would be easier to have it in this track, honestly, in the same track. Let's see if we can make that work. We should be able to. We just need to make sure that the note going in there is the right note to trigger the snare sample. If we go in here, just turn one of the snares on. Then now we need to make sure that it has the right note going into it. So we need C1 is the kick, C sharp 1 or D1. Those are going to be snares, so we can just do that and then bring the range down. And then I think fold. Yeah, that works. Okay, and then we can just change the note here. Okay. It's not the right pitch, but that's fine. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to use that fundamental in this snare. We could... Let's grab a Pro Q so that we can make an even sharper. Pro Q. We want to take off that. Low cut. Something like that. And then let's put a shifter on this. Let's put that after the EQ. And we need some sidechain as well on this. Ooh, that's also kind of cool. Probably gonna have to high pass it again if we do that, but that's fine. Because it's gonna shift everything down. Let's go in here, and let's... Okay. Stupid bug. I have save now. Okay, let's try shifting some stuff around. Now another thing we can of course do is put a vocoder on this thing, because that also does some weird shit. So let's put a vocoder all the way after here. No, not external, modulator. God damn it. Stupid bug. It's so annoying. Let's bring the level down a bit here. Not really liking the resonance layer, to be honest. Kind of works. Probably should EQ these. Okay. No, no, definitely wants to go there. There, that's what we have. Not sure about that resonance lay though. Kinda sounds a bit weird. That does kind of work. Kind of. Let's just continue these for now. What should we add here? Let's at least something to build a bit of tension. So, also we had the reverb automation. Need to make sure that that one continues as well. I'm not sure if I want to do a riser. I don't think I'm gonna do a riser. It's just probably gonna be like some noise on the start here, for sure. Let's see. How does that sound? That's weird, but could be cool. Nah. That one. That does kind of work. Just want it to be a bit longer. So let's just chuck some reverb on it. Let's just use a Valhalla shimmer, because that usually sounds pretty good on this. And then we'll just do 0 here. Then we can bring the feedback up. The high cut up a bit. That's quite different from the other ones. Let's see if that sounds cool. It could work. It's too metallic, but I guess we can fix that. Would that be something that Sooth can get rid of? Let's have a little listen. Pretty Reese, maybe? I think this drop is just, at least the first section of the... I do have a bit of an idea of... I could try and explain what I have in mind. The drums are definitely not good enough yet. We need to put a lot more work in the drums, but I kind of got bored a little bit, so... I kind of have this thing going now, so this is sort of like just building up and building some tension, right? With that sort of like bit of a motif that we have, with that downwards pattern. Just gives us a bit of a vibe, right? So I think this keeps building, and basically just growing bigger and bigger and bigger towards the end here. And then we get maybe a little bit of a gap here, obviously, so that we can transition well. And then we go into a drop, which has a bass that... I'm not sure if it's going to be this one, because this one is kind of odd. Could be cool, but maybe it'll end up being something different. But more like at least a bass that just hits on this kick. And that's it. And it's going to be a lot more relying on the drums. And then that bass pattern will probably just hit on all the kicks, basically. So the bass, I'm kind of probably should envision this a little bit more with like an 808 style bass, honestly. And then we can sort of like start building with that again, but then with drums. and kind of like a bit more of a jungly pattern in a way. But a lot better than this right now because it's not good yet. And that's just gonna do that. Probably gonna do that for the first, what is this, 16, then 32, probably that. Maybe this thing comes back at some point in like the second half or something to kind of give it some more stuff in the high end, and that keeps building again. And then we probably get a breakdown at some point. And then the second drop could basically be sort of like a much bigger sustained version of maybe what the intro does, but then as a drop, so that it becomes more harmonic in the second drop and just is more, I don't know, just a different thing, more like you know, some of those things that I did a couple of months ago a lot, where I took like one sound for the bass and then another sound for like a lead layer, and those two together create the full sort of like sound, right? I saw a Talomic video on D&B Academy, and he had Shimmer open at the bottom where the effects on... Oh, right here. No, there's just somebody made a port of the Valhalla plugins, or not really a port, but more like an interface in Max for Live. So if you own the plug, I think you still need to own the VST plugins, because I believe it just is an interface for the VST plugin in here, made in Max for Live, and you can just tweak it here. That's just what it is. There's like other ones as well for like UAD plugins and stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of them on the Max for Live database website. It's basically just people who make interfaces in Max for Live for VST plugins. And I believe you need to have the VST plugin so that when you open the Max for Live device, it links, or I guess in the background it opens up the plugin or something. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but I'm not a Max for Live coder. Like, I mean, it's all right, but honestly, I don't mind having to open a plugin window. It's not that big of a deal. As long as the plugin window is not one of those plugins where you have to open submenus and all kinds of fucking shit, because that's what I absolutely hate. I'm not too, I don't really mind this. The issue with it is, though, like, the space here is very limited, right? So this particle reverb, for instance, I have that as a Max for Live device as well, because the developer made it as a Max for Live device too. I just didn't save it here. I saved it here. Now, look what you get. Okay. Are we crashing? Please, no. Come on. I saved, so we should be good. Have you seen the Max for Live Tinder? What? Okay, yes, we are crashing. One moment. No, I've not seen that. I did see somebody on Twitter. I'm not sure if it was real or fake, but he was playing Doom in Serum in one of the oscillators. He had like he was claiming to have an oscillator, a wavetable that actually loads and plays Doom. Which, honestly, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if Steve Duda had actually put something in Serum that allowed you to execute code. Like, it wouldn't surprise me at all. I can see if I can find it. It was on Twitter, I believe. Serum Doom? Oh yeah, there we go. Here, I found this thing on Twitter, and I was like, what the fuck? Like,
I found this crazy Serum patch and somehow it plays Doom.
I was like, what? No way. But honestly, like, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Steve put something in there that allowed you to execute code in some fucking hacky way or something. Like, if there's one synth that would do it, it's probably Serum, because Steve is odd like that. He likes to do weird shit. I mean, that's it. It doesn't make sound. It just basically play that. But imagine. Let's see. Let's open up. Also, I think I was right about the ableton move thing. I don't have the post anymore because the post got removed, but actually maybe I can find it because it was on Twitter as well, I believe. Can I find that? Move Ableton. Let's see. No, I can't find it right off the bat. But somebody posted on Reddit about the Ableton Move thing, and they posted on Reddit, in the Ableton subreddit, that they had been talking to a Sweetwater rep, I believe, something like that, and they had slipped something out about Ableton Move. Now, if you remember, I believe it was last stream or the stream before that, I said that it's probably going to be some portable push, like a more portable push that is easier to take along with you. Well, that was basically what the dude on Reddit said as well. He said, well, it's going to be a portable push. And within like a really short time, the post got removed. So, I was like, was I right? But we don't know. It's not released yet, but we'll see, I guess. Maybe I was right. But it's kind of curious that the post got removed that quickly, right? You saw that post too? Yeah, like I was reading it, and I was like, that sounds an awful lot like what I was saying on stream. So either the person saw my stream and thought, hey, that's actually a great one. I'm just gonna say I spoke to somebody, but that's kind of unlikely. So it's much more likely that he actually spoke to somebody who just slipped something out that he probably shouldn't have said. But we'll see, I guess. I'm not too interested, but honestly, it would be interesting. Like, if there would be like a push-like device for Ableton that is more portable, that would be interesting. Like, not that I would use it, but I can see a lot of people that would probably like something like that. Plus, honestly, if I do ever go and travel again, like somewhere else, that would be pretty nice, right? To have something with you that is not too big, that is really portable, and to just bring with you. Because a push it's kind of portable, but also not, right? It's a bit too big to be portable for like something that you just chuck in your bag and just go. I mean, you can, obviously, but yeah, sure, laptop, but Ableton Mobile, yeah, but it's shit because it doesn't work on Android. Or have they changed that already? Push is pretty heavy, yeah. I don't own one, so I don't know about that, but I roughly know from seeing it on videos like how big it is, so I can imagine it's still not like it is portable, but it's still a little bit on the big side to take with you. But yeah, I would love to have something that would just be like you said, like if I would have something that could just work on my phone, probably that I could just, make some little sketches with while I'm not at home. That would be really fucking great. Like having a little lunch break at work and just put on your fucking headphones and just make a beat, I would love that. I would love that. But it has to work well, and it would preferably have to work in a way where you would then be able to transfer it to like your DAW in Ableton, right? That would be sick. Like if you just had this thing that you just, maybe Ableton Note, which is what it was called, right? Ableton Note works like that. I'm not sure, but like that you just make something on your phone and then you come home and you can just open up the project, right? Because it syncs or something in a cloud thing or something. That would be awesome. Just being able to sketch stuff out while you're on the go, and then just when you come home, you just look in your little Ableton Note thingies projects and you just open one and it just opens it up in your DAW. That would be nice. But then it has to work on Android and Apple, because it's kind of pointless if it only works on one of the two big phone players, right? Like phone operating systems. I'm not big on VR, honestly. I'm not big on VR. I did try it a couple of times at at a friend's house, but it felt so gimmicky, honestly, that I was like, I don't really need that. Serum Mobile would be pretty cool, yeah. But like, just for making patches. Like, yeah, I mean, I could see that. Would need some kind of a sequencer though for that to work properly. So we were talking about something before it crashed. What were we talking about again? I completely forgot. I dragged something in and then Ableton crashed, but what was that? Apple products are pretty expensive to begin with. Yeah, let's add some methamphetamine to this track. No, oh yeah, I was loading in that Max for Life. Well, I'm not gonna do that because it might crash again. But you know what I mean. This device, basically this whole window, will be cramped into this height. So all these parameters are gonna be absolutely tiny because it will be roughly up until here, something like that, maybe there. So you have to envision this whole view in a tiny window here. All the knobs and the text are going to be super small. So, having these Max for Life ports for like VST plugins can be nice if the plugin window itself is also really sort of like wide and not too tall. Then it can work pretty well. But if it's a plugin window like this, which is more like kind of more towards the squarer side, right, than being really wide, then it will squish everything down into like a tiny little thing. So I have seen that some of the Max for Life developers have kind of, worked around that by just basically saying, okay, well then I'm just gonna make this thing wider and I'm just gonna move the bottom half of the plugin window if that's possible, right? If it has like multiple knobs here and then multiple knobs down here, you could say like, okay, I'm just gonna split that here and I'm just gonna chuck that on the side of that, right? And then make it wider. But not every plugin will allow you to do that. Not every plugin has. Some plugins might have like a big window with like a graph or something, right? And you can't just chuck that in too. So I have seen some cases where I think those Max for Life devices that are just sort of like like a UI in Max for Life for plugins. Some of them for like the UAD plugins work seem to be pretty good because they're like the analog modeled ones, so they're often modeled after like a rack unit, right? A hardware rack unit, which are really wide. So that actually works pretty well in here because, but then they might also get really wide. So then you have like one device that spans up until here from like the start of the EQ, and you have to scroll even more. So yeah, I'll just open a plugin window. Okay, let's go back to the noise thing, because that's what we were working on here. Some kind of noise thing here. Oh yeah, I was gonna try out a soothe on it to see if we can get the metallic sound out of it and make it more noisy. Oh, we already have a soothe. There we go. It actually works. Soothe is so fucking good. Just turned that into a much cleaner noise hit right there. We can maybe make it a bit louder. Soothe is so amazing with how much stuff it can fix. It's like absolutely insane. Maybe we'll a little dip there. And let's just put the soothe before the reverb so that it's not really affecting the reverb much. Let's just chuck an OTT on it. I know might sound a bit counterintuitive, but yes. OTT. Like 50% or something. Just turn the low band off because we don't want it to bring up the low end. That will just bring the reverb tail up a bit more. Make it a bit longer. And then let's just freeze and flatten that. Yeah, Soothe is amazing. I kind of wish it was had a little bit more. It has almost no high end. We can still fix that, but I am going to go back for a moment. And I'm going to fix it before the reverb. Let's add an erosion. And I'm just going to add a bit of the white noise here. Now we got some extra noise in the top end, because it's probably, the sample has been pitched down like several octaves, because it probably started as like a really, like it's made from like some industrial sounds, basically some like factory sounds that I grabbed from, I believe, just some free sound thing, and I just made like these sort of like noise sweeps out of it. So and then I pitched the samples down as well, so some of them don't have much high end because of that. So if we just add a bit of erosion, just a little bit, not too much, because then you get that, just a bit, and then we can bring it back up afterwards if we want, but at least there's some of that noise there now. We can also do that with a vocoder, by the way. You could also use a vocoder on the noise setting. That would also work. Kind of does the same thing. Maybe it's even cleaner, now I think about it. But we retain more of the original sound with this erosion kind of setting. Maybe we'll just do that. And then we'll freeze and flatten this. Yo, what is your name? ONP. Welcome. Okay, let's bring it up a little. I like to be able to see the waveform a bit better. And now we can also use this as a reverse. Yeah. We definitely need some more tension building up here. Boom. Probably just gonna cut everything out here. And then we'll probably have like, I'm kind of hearing like a weird sort of like 808 hit or something, but one of those 808s that are not playing in the sub range, but more like on the higher range or something, or not even 808 maybe just like a weird bass step that is on like a high pitch before it goes into the drop where it hits on like a low note, so that you kind of get a weird, or like a cool transition maybe. Can we... let's grab... Let's just grab this one. Not sure what that end needs to do, but... We wanna have this one. We can automate the mod wheel. Just going to do a bit of that, I guess. We go right here. Not sure why it does a little... Do you hear that? Every time on the start of a note. Maybe it... Oh, it's set to legato. That's why. We need a long patch. I was like, why am I not hearing the full thing? That's why. Let's go and... Now we want to redo this automation as well, because... Let's do a bit like that. And let's add reverb to it. Probably want to automate it in. Don't like that though. Let's see if we can make it more interesting. That works. Okay. That would be a 7th. I don't like that. Oh. Oh, I had safe. That's fine. That might be cool too. And then automate that in. That. Not really. I can come back to that. Just need to, something needs to be here underneath to make it bigger. I do need to work on this section where it builds up towards the end. What does this whole thing sound like without that hi-hat? Because it's kind of getting on my nerves. It sounds a lot better. Just having that, so we need to stop the reverb for a moment. Why are you not stopping? Okay, well, whatever. So, it's quiet again. Relatively quiet. Yeah, that starts perfectly fine without that. The snare sounds so shit. Let's get that. Okay. Something in here to give it a bit more tension. Might have an idea. Let's open up. I have a couple of libraries that we could try in Contact. Could try one of these, or we could try this one, which is a really old one. But which one is the vocal one? That's this one, right? Let's try this one then. Also, I need to fucking piss. I ran pretty long today without having to take a bathroom break. One moment. I'm gonna be back in just a little bit. I'm gonna quickly run downstairs. One moment. Okay, we're back. I love when I go take a piss, I always lose at least 5 viewers. I'm sorry, I'm human too, you know? I need to take a leak as well. Okay, so I don't want to spend too much time with this library because it is a bit of a slow piece of shit to use. But I believe if we use these, it loads pretty alright. So let's just grab one of these and see what we get. Turning point. Sounds interesting. And then we just hook this up. I believe that is the Y. Nope. That has to be X. Yeah. And then this is the Y. Cool. What does that sound like? And we also, yeah, we can also do that. Let's do... What do we have? Aggressive, no. Do we have tense or something like that? We don't. Guess bright. Dense. That's a lot of fucking presets. I know if we just... Do we have one with... I have an idea. Is there one with all sections? There's ones with full orchestra, but... Let's see. Bright, dense... Angry Swarm. I want the Hans Zimmer strings, but it's like $6.99. Yeah. Is it loaded? Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, it's not cheap. They do sound amazing though. But it's not cheap. Try putting that in there. Yeah, that one is nice. The Bulgarian choir. I think I know which one you mean. You mean the one by, what was the company again? Was it Strazov? Yeah, Strazov sampling. That one is amazing. Yeah, I love that one. They make a bunch of other ones as well. That they also have ones that are more like church choirs, and they have the same thing. They have the same patch as well, that sound builder thing, where you can just choose like a bunch of different vowel sounds, and it will sing those vowels. Like, they have a bunch of different ones. I believe they have a children's choir, a woman's choir, a men's choir, and then there's the Bulgarian one, I believe. Might even be more, but they all have that sound builder thing, which is really awesome, because you get all these different vowels, right? Whereas with, like, most ones, you would just get, like, maybe ah and oo and a or something like that. And that's it. What if we shift this up with a frequency shifter? I mean, kind of works. Just want it to be more like I can hear a lot of the individual sort of like parts of it. So what if we just put a reverb on it before the shifter? Let's do that. Bring you up. Bring you up. Let's bring that down. It kind of works to add some tension. And then just wanna, I can just automate the on-off switch to be on during this clip so that it stops right there. That should work. And then we can always go back in here and change the patch to get a different sound. Okay, I also think I'm gonna duplicate this patch, or no, let's just record one of these kicks. Do freeze. Oh yeah, we cannot do that because there's a sidechain thing happening. Kick. Let's just do post effects, and then we just record one of those. Then we create a MIDI track. Then we chuck that in a MIDI track. You can also clean it up a bit. Now I could use this as the kick, but I'm just going to use this for like the build section here. So let's just call that build kick. And we're just gonna, let's see, where is that gonna come in? I think here or here. Probably should listen to the entire thing when we do that. I'm not even sure if I'm gonna have all these kicks here, but easy enough to take out. Okay. Right, so this kick, I am gonna leave this one, so I'm gonna sidechain this one to that one, or I could just take the first one out, like that. Because this one is gonna be filtered. So we're gonna add an EQ. grab this. Okay, we'll do that, and then we'll go like that. And let's also do a high pass. Yeah, that's good. It's fine with me. Okay, I am going to get that one out as well. Okay, and then we can that. I actually think I want to have 8 notes already here. Yeah. And then we can just have that continue. We don't need that extra kick here. Yeah. And then this one is going to have some volume automation on it as well. Just a subtle one. Right. That's getting somewhere. Save. Cool. Now we get to the drop. How late is it? 11:36. I don't know what it is. Some people who can literally make like a tune in one stream. I am not that person, mate. I need my time. I don't know how to do it. Can we freeze these? We can. Okay, good. Because then the reverb will just be sort of like not decaying the entire time when I press pause. You can make the last part go together with the perk loop. Yeah, I know. That's also what I'm probably gonna do. Let me just freeze this real quick. I'm not gonna flatten it, but just gonna leave that like that. Just wanna have a little quick look what we have so far. Yeah, that kick is definitely too much there. I think we don't even need a kick in this first section. We can just wait until that break comes in, probably. Like right here. Where the noise also sits, that's a better place for the kick. also pretty quiet compared to the kick, everything else, but that's fine. We're not mastering this right now. Okay. So I do have a bit of a thing in mind that I'm hearing. Let's see. I might even... Ooh, that might even be a drop without a snare. I know that these two can be muted for now. I do think we lose a little bit of the thing here because we're cutting out some things. Maybe put you in. It's fine with that as well. Something underneath here to make it fuller, but we'll figure it out at some point. Okay, I am hearing something which is different from what I initially had in mind. But let's see if that works. Need to kick. Might not even need this one right now for this section. Okay, I am gonna quickly do that break thingy that you said, because that would probably be cool. What are we gonna grab? Are we gonna grab the kick? Just gonna grab that? Nah, that sounds like shit. Gonna grab the shuffle. Oh wait, there is automation on this if I remember correctly. Yeah, I need to make sure that we lock the automation before we start editing this. We're gonna grab the snare. I mean, we could do... That tension was epic? Which one? And then... I mean, that definitely works underneath this. We might want to filter it a bit, but that definitely works. Just the transition is a bit weird here. Okay, that one works as well. That definitely adds a lot of fucking pace in that section, so it's kind of good. I'm just not entirely sure about this first section, honestly. But it'll do for now. Yeah, I don't like the snare at all, so we're just gonna scratch that one, because it sounds like ass. Are we gonna go with C or something else? We'll see. We'll see. Let's just do, I don't know. Make a little pattern to begin with. We'll see where we end up. I mean, I can just touch in on this track, it doesn't really matter. I'm thinking about what the groove of the drop is that I have in mind. I did hear something just now, but no, I'm kind of lost. I kind of lost it. I'm not entirely happy with a break, but whatever. What is that groove that I hear? Okay, well, we definitely hear that, even though it's in C. Okay, actually, I like that. It's a weird sub. Has a really weird stereo. Like, in the mids, it just has those harmonics, and then in the sides, it has those. In stereo, you get that. Which looks really fucking cool. Look at that. That looks awesome. But it's perfectly mono compatible. You just lose a little bit. It sounds really cool. Not sure if it's the right vibe, but we need some better drums. Let's just mute that here. Yeah, that's shit. Let's first find a good snare or something, because that's what we definitely need. If we add that kick back. I mean, definitely fixes the little issue with that small transition section there, but still sounds a bit odd. Go. Leave it like that for now. I was kind of initially hearing a pattern that just had a kick like that and then just repeats. Let's loop you. That's decent. Quite high pitched, but I think I like that. Okay. Don't need all of that. I think I like that more. Just need to adjust the break, but I think I like that more as a pattern. Then we can easily do that here as well. We can just chuck you here, do something like that. Oh yeah, that works. Then we just copy that. Here it starts changing, but that's fine. We can just do that. Then we can copy this. Actually, maybe in this section it will change already, but I do like that pattern. Let's swap you to there. Yes, okay. Chuck you over here. Snare's a bit too, I don't know, it just sounds too big for this section. So let's just chuck a vocoder on it and see if we can make it sound a bit different. Make it a bit darker maybe. That's odd. I mean, it does soften the transient quite a lot, actually. In a pretty nice way. Even if we don't use the formant. That might actually be good. I might actually completely change this break in the drop, honestly. Let's just mute it for now. Let's see, what do we got? We got some drum loops, like some hip-hop drum loops or something. It has a lot of shuffles. That might actually be good. Let's make it faster. Set it to repitch maybe. Like this. Those. That works really well. See if we can chop this up maybe. Use it as a layer. Do we have all the warp markers? Looks like we do for a change. Nice. It doesn't matter. We can pitch it afterwards. So let's do this. Transient, yes. Let's see, we got course. Okay. Oh wait, we have a bit of a... Let's use this section maybe. It's probably not gonna work. But we'll see. We can always try, right? We can always remove it if it doesn't work. So let's just give it a shot. Sidechain it to... Oh wait, let's sidechain it to the kick and snare. What do the drums want? I do have something in mind, but I'm not entirely sure how to make it. Not like that. How are we gonna make that? Also, I need to piss again. There you go. Some hats at least. Now the bass is too simple still, but I definitely want like a kick hitting on, or a bass hitting on that kick, and then probably like some extra top thingies automated in here and there, but mostly gonna focus on that. And I'm not even, I just have to figure out the drums now, and then the bass will follow after that, because this is kind of already what it needs to be. It just needs to, like at some point the kick pattern will get a bit more fuller. Like there will be some more extra kicks towards the end of the phrase probably, and the bass will then probably hit on those kicks as well, so that the pattern of the bass gets a bit sort of like denser, and then it goes into the next section again where it probably becomes more like, well, a different kind of thing. But I need to piss, so one moment. How late is it? Midnight. Cool. I'm gonna take a piss, grab myself a little quick snack downstairs because my stomach is grumbling. So I'll just grab something quick downstairs and I'll be back in like a minute or two. Give me a moment. Okay, one moment everyone, I'm just gonna give it a quick listen on my speakers, so the mic is gonna be muted, otherwise it's gonna feed back into the mic. But I'll be there one moment. I just need to check this out real quick. Okay, so I really like the intro and the build-up. That sort of like section. I'm not entirely sure if the build is gonna be is gonna work for this kind of drop that I have in mind. It might need to be a little bit more subdued in terms of like, well, this kind of stuff. So this is maybe a bit much, this whole repeating thing. Although that kind of works, but maybe we want to filter this down again so that it sort of like starts building up again here, so it's less of the break here. I'm just trying to think about how am I gonna do the drop though. Like I have something in my mind, and it something like that bass is definitely what it needs. It's more about the snares and the ghost snares now that I need to figure out. I have something in my head for that, but I'm not entirely sure how to do it. What pattern? Let's see. Grab the headphones. Let me also set up the limiter for you guys real quick. Overdoing it for now, so that we get that. Back down the attack. Up the release a bit. Then let's up the look ahead. Then we back it down a bit. It should be louder for you all now. And that should be better in terms of the balance. Now we can also better hear what the intro, how loud that is compared to the drums for the drop. Because the drums in the drop now kind of hit 0, even though they're not good enough yet. They hit 0, so then we can mix everything around that, which is a lot better. The thing is though, what I have in mind, it's gonna be... I'm not sure if we're gonna need the snare for now. Let's just take this out. See if we can maybe find a break that works. That we can chop up. Maybe we can find the right sound that way. Because it definitely needs like a more... almost an acoustic break kind of sound. Almost jungle. I mean... Nope. But you get what I mean, right? We need a like a jungly snare pattern underneath here with a lot of ghost hits, I think. Underneath this. Maybe even just addictive drums and just get absolutely nuts with it. We can do that. That's possible. We can open up a kit, maybe. Let's see. Do we have... I know there were a couple of ones that sounded really weird. Let's see, where are they? That one? That one sounds really weird. Was another one that I liked somewhere. That one? No. It had another name like that. And it was also somewhere around here. Where is it? I forgot what it was called. Something with the letter R. Okay. Well then, we'll just go through a couple ones. Let's go and... Ooh, wait. I see Junglist. Why are they so slow? Why are you playing so slow? Still slow, but... Okay, let's go and... Current value. Please tell me you have some good patterns here. Not really. Stop. Funk. Where are the funk breaks? Funk. Let's go to funk. Yes, I know you're gonna... I still haven't figured out why that error message is popping up. I tried removing the files that it tells me that it has an issue with, but when I remove the file and then do load addictive drums again, it just recreates the file and it gives me the error again. So it's weird. I don't know why it does that, but... The kick is way too big in this, but ooh, this one is nice though. It's not exactly right, but it goes closer to what I'm looking for than anything so far. So that's a good thing. Let's sidechain this thing to the kick, because the kick is a bit too big to be layered with the kick in this thing. Where's my sidechain work? What? Sidechain, oh here. Sidechain. And then we'll just grab that from the kick, free effects, and then we'll just make the hold a bit longer, let's say maybe 45, so it definitely cuts the entire kick out. Well, not the entire kick probably, but close to it. Yeah. There's almost no kick left. Just a tiny bit of tail, but that's fine. Okay, let's work on this, because this is definitely getting close to what we want. Let's see. Like, the pattern is not exactly right, but the sound of the drum is a lot better right now. It definitely needs to be processed a bit, but we can go in here and we can really easily change everything. Like, for instance, if I don't like the hat that it's so open, we can also click this and go to more closed. But it still gives us that first one. I think that's a crash, actually, that we're hearing. We can do the same with the snare. We can also try out a different... Let's let's try a couple of more patterns. This one works, the fast funk, so that one works. I'm just gonna take that entire thing and we'll just chuck that in here that we so that we don't lose it. We can also see the name there, so then we can always go back to that one. Let's see the other ones. Let's just try out a couple of ones, see which one, if we can actually find the pattern that I want, because I have a bit of a hard time figuring out the pattern that I'm hearing. Definitely not that. Nope. Yes. That's way too much. I mean, it's not exactly it, but again, this is even more closer in terms of how many ghost hits we need to have. Just too much kicks, but I guess it's a ride. We can just mute the kicks, and we can hear a lot better what we get. I just wish there was a way to... Can we automate that sync? No, we cannot. Or can we? No. Okay. I mean, we can do this. And I want to hear the intro and then how that break thing comes in. So, there we go. Definitely need a rolling pattern. That's it. That's what we need. Just gonna make it a bit louder. What if we try out... I haven't finished the video yet. This video for this new rack release that I've been working on. The video is taking a bit longer. It's quite a bit of editing that I have to do, because I'm basically showcasing the racks in the video, all the different ones that come with it. So I will have a new Patreon release this weekend, actually. Let's just let me show what I've got for you this weekend. At least if you're a Patreon member, of course, that is. Little plug. Link is already in the chat, I see. There will be a new pack of wavetables or well, basically an update to the previous wavetable pack. So if you've been a member of my Patreon, you know that I drop wavetables on there every once in a while. And I did a pack for, well, basically just a generic wavetable pack that just works in basically any synth, any wavetable synth. But they're made in Serum and kind of made to be used with Serum. But you can use them in current phase blend and they work perfectly fine. Vital, I guess you could import them in that as well. Because they're just made to work in basically any synth. And I've been working on making that pack bigger. So I've been making a whole bunch of new wavetables for that pack. So the analog ones are now this. There's a whole bunch new ones here with the sine additive ones and the subtones. Some pretty cool ones. So we've still got these ones. Then we got the best sub, which is like that. Just like a rounded square. Then we have this weird one. This is a wavetable with like some odd shapes. And basically these are 4 different waveforms in one sort of like cycle. What that sounds like is that. So you get those kind of weird tones. Which can be pretty fun if you then bend it, for instance. Can probably be used to make growls as well. And these are actually quite fun to make. How I made these is if we just let's just do this, take them all out. So how I did this is I just took this and then just made like one waveform like that, and then just went into another one and I just did like I don't know, just grab a couple of ones like that, and then do another thing where we maybe, let's just grab a couple here, maybe fuck up the phase a bit, and then let's do another one. I don't know, let's just do that, and I don't know, let's chuck that one in. And then you have 4 of these frames, and then you go into process, and you do resize frames to half total number, and it condenses these into 2, and then you do it again, and then you have a single frame. That sounds like that. And then you can use... You get these really weird tones. Now, they sound very cool as well when you pitch it down. You get like lasery sounds. It's so fucking weird. And those would obviously also work with a pitch bend. You get all these weird kind of things. And I just basically made a whole bunch of different ones, so you can just choose different ones. And this one has like a sine kind of shape at the end, and the other half, the ones from like the middle and to the top, have the sine wave at the bottom, and that kind of changes the sound that it makes when you use a bend on it. So it sort of like makes it go in the opposite direction. Like this, it kind of falls from like a higher... You can see it on the... Oh wait, you can't, but if we do that, you can see that it kind of falls down, and if we have the sine wave at the end, it goes up. I guess you can flip it around if you do that as well. But you get all these weird like things. It's kind of interesting. What else is in here? yeah, so we have these additive ones, which are just like, these are nice for like sub. I actually used this one as well for that rumbly bass that we had earlier. This one, that one, that uses that wavetable. This one. I made a bunch of these. Like with some weird sort of like harmonics. And there's like a bunch of them. Then we have that. Let's see. These are just like, these are good for sub bass. Like you can see, we have very specific harmonics in these. That's most of these. There's a couple more here, not too important. Then I have all these bass ones that I made. So like definitely some more aggressive sounding ones. I guess I can make a frog bass with that one. This one is actually, because it has that phase shift, it's actually pretty interesting to make minimal drum and bass bass lines with, because it already has that sort of like phase shift. So if you modulate the wavetable position, it gets a bit of a I don't know, just a weird sound that kind of works very well for minimal drum and bass. That's a weird one. Made a couple growly ones. That one is weird. And then I made a bunch of screechy kind of wavetables. Also quite fun. That one was already in the pack. And then I have a bunch here, and I think all these FFT ones are new. These have some weird sounds. I think those are new. Basically adding a high pass into a sol here. Or low pass. Kind of like the kind of giving you the same thing as what Vital has, where yeah, these will be on Patreon. Vital has the built-in spectral filter, right, on the oscillators, or was it Vital? Current Vital as well, I think. Anyways, a bunch of synths have that kind of stuff. Serum doesn't, so I decided to just make a wavetable for it. So that's that. More like that. That one was already in there. That one as well, I think. That's probably a new one. That's probably new. That should be new as well. Harmonic chords. This one is also new. Basically allows you to do like a harmonic series kind of thing, but with a saw wave. And it's not an exact harmonic series because it kind of adds... It still has the sort of like the main saw wave in there. It just adds the the second or the third or the fourth on top of it. So you get kind of like a chord. And same thing for square. Also made a harmonic series for saw wave. And obviously for a square wave. Because I thought, you know, it needs that. And of course triangle. And then I made a bunch of similar ones to the... well, everybody knows that one. A lot of people like that wavetable. The icon has kick in the digital category. So I made a couple more. I decided, why not make a couple more that are similar to what that one does. This one's weird. And I thought, let's try it with a snare. And it actually made some cool sound, so I thought, yeah, let's just keep it in there. That one was already in the pack, I think. Was Mustard's Man in there? Not sure if Mustard's Man was already in the pack, but it's a bunch of wavetables that look like a mustard. Really weird. The rest was in there, I think. Hardware, those were all already in the pack. These, I think, were all already in the pack. Maybe the bottom few not. Not sure. But there's a whole bunch of new ones. It's almost twice as big now than the previous time I released that pack. So I will release that one this weekend on Patreon. Because I haven't finished the video edit yet for the pack with the racks that I've been working on. I've been working on a couple of things at the same time, so yeah. Wavetables it will be. And then probably the new Ableton racks, which include the rack for distortion that I've been working on. Which... Didn't I already open it? Yeah, here. So this rack will be released after that. Which... If we... basically just a distortion based on the frequency. And you can change how much distortion you want and everything. Doesn't work on every break. Sometimes a bit too much. It'd also be fun if we do a notch. I'm also still tweaking this rack, to be honest. I'm still tweaking the values for like the macros and such, because it really matters a lot. But kind of works. bit much on this break. Maybe just a little bit. Just a bit much. Does make it louder, but these sound pretty similar, but when you start pushing them, they kind of start sounding different, so that's why they're in there. This pattern actually works pretty well. This one. Let's move that there. Okay, that actually works pretty well too. Can we change the hi-hat to be more closed? Or more closed? Ooh, this actually works pretty well. Okay. That's not the pattern that I was doing, but it kind of works. See, that's why I love that break feature in Addictive Drums. It's so easy to use with how you can mute certain parts of the break and then just quickly test out things. We'll have to change the intro and stuff if we're gonna go for this pattern, but that kind of works. It's just that the hats are a bit busy, but there's not really a way to make them play less busy here. I can mute them. Because that does kind of work. I wish we could easily sort of like add, say like we don't want 16th hats but 8-note hats. That would be sick, but we don't have that option. Transforming, I mean we can, but that's also going to affect the kicks or the snares probably. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm just gonna go through and find a couple more breaks to see which one we like. I'm kind of looking more for a pattern that goes snare drum on the 2, and then the offbeat between 3 and 4, and then there needs to be a whole bunch of ghost hits in between. And I could have probably started writing it by now, but then again, it also needs some like really shuffly ghost snare kind of bits, and that's where these breaks are gonna come really handy in, because they have a lot of those parts. Like we can figure out the main snare pattern at some point, and then we can just grab bits and pieces from the shuffly ghost snare parts and chuck them in where we want them, so that we can fill it up with that. So we don't have to do all the ghost snares ourselves, because that's the most work, honestly. Like this one as well. This one has a lot of those. Not too many though. That pattern could also work, honestly. Kind of works. There's a bunch of ones that sound pretty cool. Still not the one that makes me go yes. That is close. This one is also kind of close in a way, even though it doesn't have too many ghost hits. Let me check this out real quick. If we grab you. Okay, that's gonna phase, of course, because that is turned on. So the pattern that we want is more like like that. That's closer. Not exactly it, but it's definitely closer. And then we're gonna have to definitely work on the intro, and we can probably make that break or a version of it work in the intro as well. Kinda maybe a lighter version with the velocities down or something to replace this break so that it sounds more cohesive, but I can figure that out later. But it needs like a pattern like that, sort of like that, and then there needs to be variation with some more shuffle here and there. And maybe the first part, when it first kicks in, there won't even be that many ghost hits, and then there's sort of like, as the pattern progresses, more ghost hits come in, so that it kind of gets fuller and fuller. That might be good. We're getting somewhere. I actually really like this vibe in this intro. Even though it needs some extra little thingies here and there, but I really like this vibe. Maybe a bit much. Also makes this one come less out of nowhere, and it's kind of nice when that one just comes out of nowhere. I'm honestly even thinking I could also keep this whole section for after this drop. Because this kind of section, this build feels pretty big, right? It feels like it really wants like a big drop after it. Whereas the drop that I have in mind is a bit more subdued. And it will progress over time, get bigger. And then what I'm envisioning is that the second drop is where it goes full big. So maybe I'll put this in the second half of the tune and use that as like the thing before the second drop. And we can have the intro maybe just build upon this vibe one more section while we're also introducing some of the drums. And then this drop will probably be a little bit easier to make work as well, because it's not, it's not a drop where it's not like a bass like let me grab it. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, it's in here, of course. Yeah. Like, it's not a bass as big as this. Right? Matthews. It's not a bass that's as big as that, but that's kind of the direction in terms of how big it needs to be for the second drop, which I'm thinking about, where it actually is going to go that big. But then the first drop is a lot smaller. So this, I think this build-up would be a lot better for that section. But I'll see. We're not there yet though, so but I was hearing this and I thought, could maybe be fun. I can try it out real quick if we, let me just move all of this further away so we have some space. if we... Let me just do this. Let's just duplicate that. And then here, let me... let's see, we're gonna mute a couple of things. So let me just put that here, so that's the start. Just wanna see if we can... how that would sound. We could almost already go here. Okay, maybe not. We're missing an automation. Or a couple. I think this would be better if it went back down. And then this obviously has to close down a bit as well. Yeah, definitely that could work pretty well. Let's see. Let me unfreeze this real quick. This one has to go away. This might be the right call. Then the first drop almost becomes like I don't know, maybe an introduction to the second half of the track. Which would be kind of cool, actually. Oh, I see that I'm still on the right side of the screen. My bad. Why is it taking so long? Okay. Yeah, come on. You can do it. There we go. Maybe a bit much, but I'm not even sure if this one needs to be here, honestly. Does add a bit of extra. And then kinda, I was hearing like an 8-note thing coming in underneath here, going leading into the drop, and then the drop needs to have that kind of pattern as well in it, so that it kind of extends into it. Because right now it doesn't. Right now it just... And it definitely needs one of these things to continue into the drop. I guess this low one, this one. Or just a reverb tail of that sound. Maybe not the sound itself, but just a reverb tail made from it. So it kind of fades out as the drop hits. Yeah, and this snare pattern is a bit too much for this section right away. It probably will be a bit more of a... maybe just the same pattern, but with the snares quieter. I'm not gonna edit the MIDI. I'm just gonna go and grab a MIDI device. Put that in front of here, and then we can... I don't wanna... Well, maybe I also want to affect the hat, so we can just automate this. That's actually maybe not that bad of an idea to have quieter hats, quieter snares. If I don't want the hats to be affected, by the way, I could just go in here and go to the key selector thing and just make sure that this is sort of like in the snare range, and then just make another chain that is there. And now this one only affects the snares. So we can even automate this so that we can easily make swells in the snares, which is really helpful, because that way we don't have to go in and edit the MIDI and do like all kinds of, you know, like things here in the MIDI, like ramps and shit. We don't have to do that. We can just automate this. Right? And we can, if we then heavily process this with like some compression and like, or some saturation, then it will make everything almost the same level again anyway. Right? Because it's gonna be compressed and shit, so... Like if we just, I don't know, put that at the end. But it's definitely going in a bit of the right direction. I think just that I'm I think what I'm gonna do is that I'm just gonna make this section the same, or the intro the same length as what I had it here, so that we have another sort of like 16 bars to build on the vibe of the intro and sort of like prepare for this thing. And then this will hit, like I have it here. A little bit of a different pattern on this break thing, but... And then in the second half, something needs to come in again to keep it going, keep it changing, maybe even just that. It actually works really well. But honestly, I think that might be better for here. Have like maybe just something in the drums changing here. Maybe the first half they're gonna be a bit less busy, and then here they'll become a bit busier or something. Or the head changes to a more open head or something like that. And then here, and then that whole thing can probably repeat one more time. With that, and then this thing comes back in. Cannot do that. Okay, then we just grab that. And then we go into a breakdown. That's maybe 16 bars or 32. And then we go into the final big drop. I think that's gonna be a good idea. This works really well. That sounds really cool. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna call it quits for tonight though, because it's 1:13 a.m. But I'm liking where this one is going. It actually started getting a lot closer to what I thought I was gonna get than an hour ago. An hour ago I felt like I was kind of hitting a wall and I wasn't gonna get close today, but for some reason suddenly it kind of came together with the addictive drums thingy. It's not exactly right. Like, it's a bit too I mean, the crash is too loud, and like it needs processing, it needs work, but the pattern is there, kind of. It has a bit of that rolling kind of vibe that I was going for, even though I'm still, I think the pattern of the ghost snares need to change a bit, but that's also where these will come in handy, because these have a lot of ghost hits. So I'm gonna probably use parts of that to fill it up here and to make it sound the way I want. But this is getting closer. So I'm happy with today. Thanks for being here. I'll be back next week on Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. I don't have to work this weekend though, so given that today went pretty well, I'm probably gonna work on this tomorrow. So there is a chance that I maybe will stream again this weekend. I'm not sure if that will be tomorrow or on Sunday, but I don't have to work the entire weekend, so I could stream one more time. If I do, you know the deal. I'll let you know on Discord. So join the Discord, and if you want to support me on Patreon. Like I said, Wavetables will be on Patreon this weekend. And after that, we will have the distortion, reverb, delay racks coming. So if you want to get that, check out my Patreon. It's the best place to support me. You get a whole lot of stuff in return for your support. So it's not just you giving me a donation like you would do with Super Chat on YouTube. Instead, you get all the samples. Well, there's 1 or 2 packs that are not available anymore that I uploaded in the past, but that is because of the fact that the pack was so big that I had no place to host it. All the packs that I released up until now are available when you support me on Patreon. So even if you support me now, you can still get all the gigabytes of samples that I posted up until now. Maybe in the future I will get some of them off again and, you know, say like, you know, you can't get them anymore. But I don't know why I would do that. You know, I think it's pretty shitty. So I'll probably just leave everything up and just let the whole collection of samples and presets and wavetables just grow bigger over time. Like, it's not like Patreon is gonna tell me like, yo, take the files down, they're taking up too much file space or something, so I could just leave them up anyway. So that's that. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna think about which of the two is the best option. I do think this kind of way is gonna be better than having this big build up in front of that drop, because the drop just, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it will work with that big of a build. I think it's gonna need a bit more of a, almost like a fade out at the end of the first sort of like intro section like we have in this area. I think that's gonna work better. Well, not really fade out, but just, you know, filter closing down a bit so that gets a bit, gives a bit more space to make that drop hit hard, because it's not the biggest drop. But yeah, I think that will be better. We'll see. Thanks for being here. I'll be in the Discord, so if you have any more questions or you want to show something or just have a chat, join the Discord and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching, and I see you all in the next one. Peace.